Hello. Hello. It is the first stream of 20. I hope all my settings are good. It's the first stream of 2026. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, howdy, everybody. It's me, your favorite streamer. By default of you clicking on this stream, I'm becoming your favorite streamer. Hello everyone and welcome. Today we are going to be drawing like usual. But going to be drawing Uma related art of my OC for Year of the Horse. So let's get to it. I did this very rough sketch earlier, so we're building off this into something that we can that we can that we can use. Anyways, hi everybody. And welcome. I did do some thumbnailing before this, so it's not all just going in blind. But I didn't want to do the structure sketch on stream because it felt like it wouldn't have been interesting to watch. This what I want? No. I want this. Do I want this? It's interesting. Uh there's a lot of things that I've been trying to improve on very subtly as the years have gone on. And one thing is, I definitely have been wanting to. Hold on, give me a second. My creature has already begun to stir, which means I must put her in the contraption. To the contraption with you. Anyways, um, yeah, what was I saying? Oh yeah, there's a lot of things that I've been trying to improve in subtly with my art, and this year is something. This year has been something that I did. This year has been something. This year is one where I want to definitely focus on improving many more aspects of what I do, and not just. Give me a second. Actually, I just started streaming. I'm getting interrupted from all angles. Give me a second. I apologize for that. That was weird. I apologize for that. I had to. I live in a house with several people, and they were like, "Can you order food?" And I was like, "Sure, I will order food." So I might have to interrupt myself a little later to go get that food as it's being delivered. Normally, I don't really like doing delivery. I like to just cook, but some days you're lazy. Hmm. But anyways, what was I saying before? Oh yeah, I think more than anything this year, I want to focus on the things where I'm weakest in terms of art. So um, that is a lot of when I do unnecessary lines or things that um, wasted effort in terms of art is something that I need to get better at. And what I mean by that is like just spending too much time on an individual part of a sketch that just isn't working, trying to force myself to do things that just aren't interesting. I don't know. It's like kind of figuring out right away, oh, this isn't working, and then just finding a way to adapt to it, I guess, is more of what I'm trying to say. Anyways, hi Lily Cat, welcome. Um, I decided because this is an Uma Musume version of Belfi, I would give her an undershirt that's a little bit more modest, and also because it's supposed to be like a sports kind of thing. So there's that, and yeah. But this is going to be a year focused on just trying to do as much as I possibly can to improve all of my skills. You know, like it's weird, right? It's and I did the stream where I was kind of talking about goals for the coming year and whatnot, and part of that really is like an understated goal is just like get back into the swing of doing things properly like I used to, like get back some of my old discipline, right? Because I've definitely been lacking on that in a lot of regards lately. So I wanna get back to properly doing getting the work ethic that I used to have when I was a bit younger and had like just a little bit more. It really boils down to, I think, the reason why a lot of people's work ethic ends up kind of like getting worse as they get older is, depending on like what they're doing is, time. Just not having enough time not having enough time or not being able to manage your time properly, I think is probably one of the toughest things to get yourself get you out of slumps, and then you just never recover unless you make a conscious effort to do so. And I think it's about time I try to actually make a conscious effort to do so, instead of just sticking to what I usually do. And it's tough. Like don't get me wrong, it is tough I think for a lot of people to get into the mindset of putting more of a conscious effort into things because we love patterns, right? We enjoy patterns, we enjoy familiarity, we like routine. That's just how we are, programmed and whatnot. Hello, Rosie. Um, but yeah, I think ultimately we are, when we get used to doing something a certain way, it's hard to break that. It's real hard to break that mentality or to shift into something that's a little bit more, in reality is more efficient, but because it's not part of our usual routine, we don't shift into it, and I feel like that's the problem with a lot of habit forming, you know. The hardest part is starting the formation, and that's where people usually fall off, which is why like a lot of the times people will be like, here's my New Year's resolution, and then they don't commit to it because you know, it just didn't. It just wasn't working out the way that they wanted it to. And also, we love like sorry to get all like cerebral about things right at the beginning of the stream, but we as people, as humans, love instant gratification, and one of the biggest demotivators is not getting instant results for something, you know. Artists doubly so, because in a lot of cases we want to apply something and have it work immediately, but it doesn't work that way. You gotta work for it, you know. You gotta really practice at it and make sure you fully understand what you're doing, you know. And it's real. It's real as hell, and like we all go through it. We all deal with it in different ways. Some of us are stubborn and persevere and try to keep going at it. Some of us are just like, well, I don't want to do this anymore. Let me take a break. Let me take a longer break, and then it can be a mixed bag. It just depends. I think as long as you're able to get yourself back on track, that's what matters most. You know, it's not the race that's the toughest. It's getting to the starting line. Walking up to the starting line is the hardest part in a lot of cases. And I'm using the racing metaphor because we're drawing Uma Musume, you know? So I figure it works. But that's just my thoughts on it. On why like a lot of resolutions or a lot of times when people say I'm gonna do this and then it just doesn't end up happening is, because of that lack of instant gratification or that lack of instant results. But like you gotta let it simmer, you know? If it was all so easy, if it was all so easy, then everyone would be doing it, right? And that's not me saying that, it's a good thing that it's hard. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that like there are things that we have to work for in life, and I think the most important part is the fact that we did work for it, that we made a conscious effort to keep at something till we got better at it, till we found a moment where the results met our expectations, or at least got closer to it. You know? And I feel like it's very easy to get discouraged in that regard because it's just like, oh well, my stuff isn't. I'm not an overnight success. I'm not as popular as that person or even as popular as my peers, but we're making work at the same quality. And it's like, well, you got to always keep in mind what else are your peers doing to push themselves forward? What else are they accomplishing outside of that? How are they connecting with people? How are they interacting with the medium or the community that you're a part of? There's always more to it than just I did a thing good, especially these days. But that's more so if you're trying to please and grow an audience. But if you're just doing stuff for yourself, none of that matters. You're doing stuff because you like doing it, and that I think is what's more important than anything else. Is like you're doing stuff because you like doing stuff, not because it's just gonna instantly make you internet famous. You know. In a lot of cases it could lead to a career, that's for sure. Like the more eyes on you, the more of a chance that somebody at like some studio is gonna like be like, hey, I saw your stuff on so and so, would you like to do work for us? And it's like, I don't know how often that happens these days, but it's I think it's important to keep in mind that these things, are real as well. So there's always a definitive reason as to why people would want to have that popularity. But I think a lot of the time, the quality of your work always shows by how much passion you have towards the thing that you're drawing, whether that be fan art, OC art, uh, whatever it is. What matters is that you enjoy it. And if you don't enjoy it, then figure out why you started in the first place. Find that reason again. That's always been my mantra, at least. I didn't mean to start this stream by rambling about like existential stuff right away. That just ended up happening. I've just been thinking about a lot of things today. There's a lot of more unsuredness to what's going on online again, you know. So it's been on my mind, kind of just thinking about this stuff, and especially where we decide to go in the future as artists, what we decide to do, because it sucks, man. It really, the state of things right now is really dire, and I feel like the people who control the narrative in terms of like where things go is ultimately us. But I think too many people how do I say this, hitch their saddle to one horse, you know, and don't really want to try jumping onto another one or finding a different solution or something like that, you know. I don't know. And I'm tired of kind of having like a nihilistic / pessimistic look on everything and just be like, oh well, it's never gonna be like this or it's never gonna be like that. I'm like, well, it's not if we don't make an effort, you know. I think we gotta try at least, you know, or someone has to, right? I don't know. I've also been considering just making my own website, to be honest, to host like my art and stuff like that, which I don't even think would be a bad move. I think hosting your own website would probably be the smarter thing to do in this day and age, but I need to figure out how one would do that. Because I don't know, I'll pay the money just to have a place where I can just have my stuff, you know, as opposed to paying some fuck ass website to not even show people my stuff, right? And then the people who want to see what I draw can just go there and whatnot. I don't know. What's the over under on like artist websites? I've also been kind of throwing the idea around of reopening my Patreon, just because I'm like, I would like to have a place where people can just find like high quality versions of my art and whatnot. Like just like in a sense just subscribe to it, but also be able to offer like the high res things as proper, like, you know, pieces that they can have, and then time lapses as well for the sake of seeing the process. I don't know. I don't know how many people would be into that. I posted about it on Blue Sky, and I got some interesting responses, but it seems like people are for the most part favorable about it. But I don't know. I'll consider it. If I find the time to properly like set everything up again. 'Cause oh God, when did I have it open? Did I have it open last year? No, it was 2024. I think was when I was kind of focusing on it, and it was like moderately successful. But I think the reason why I ended up not like sticking to it was just because I just didn't have time. Like it really just boiled down to that. It's just like not having the time to kind of maintain it. Um, I would have to kind of mess with my schedule a little bit more. But I think maybe now I could find a proper way to do it. I don't know. Would you guys be into that? You know, would you guys be into Crotreon, where you get high res PSDs and 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 time lapses and maybe not safe for work stuff that I wouldn't post otherwise? I'll keep asking, but that's like the general idea I have for it. Ugh. Mm. I found a new series of art books that I really want to get, which is the Granblue art books, because I love the art of Hideo Minaba. But they are not published in the US, so I have to import them, which is like crazy expensive right now. But when I have a little bit more disposable income, I think I'm gonna get some of those. Man, is Hideo Minaba's art so good. Also, for anyone curious stylistically, I'm drawing Belfi's human form, which I don't often do for this. Well, it's human-esque in the form is that she's gonna be an Uma, but it is Belfi. Just in case people were wondering, she's not gonna be purple. Uma Belfi, exactly. So this gives me an excuse to actually draw her human form way more. I did make her hair just slightly fluffier for the sake of the Uma qualities of it all. Uma as it being Portuguese, like, why one Musume? Well, Uma just because it's Japanese for horse. I didn't know that Uma was I don't know that Uma was one in Portuguese. Portuguese is such an interesting language to me, just because of how like close it is in some regard to Spanish, and then not. You know, like some words will really just trip me up. First instinct is to read in Portuguese. Let me see. I think the delivery food got here. Let me double check. Also, my charging cable disconnected. I didn't even realize that. Eh. I don't know why they just texted "I am here." Like, yes, drop off the food. Anyways, give me a second, everybody. I'm gonna have to go pick up this food. So we'll BRB. All right, sorry for the constant interruptions right now. My the worst, just the worst timing in terms of people asking me to order food, but whatever. I I aim to please my family. Let me get my thing back up. Right there it is. And phone charger. Womp. I just got an offer from my phone company today that was like, hey, do you want to add another line and a free phone for just an extra dollar a month? And part of me is kind of like, maybe I should do that so I can have a separate phone for just so I can have an extra phone just for VTubing stuff. So let me get rid of the BRB. Yeah, because I have to use my main phone to capture my face. Mm. And I've actually been debating for a while. I've actually been debating for a while to get a extra like either iPhone or something so I can keep tracking my face while my regular phone is free. So who knows? I might take up that offer. Future is bleak. I don't know. This is pretty okay to me. I think we can make it better. What's a hello, Otome? I hope you're feeling better. Otome's a little sick, guys, so give her some well wishes. If the ghost dies a second time. Uma Pyoy. What was I talking about before the food interruption? Oh, I think just in general, I was like, oh, I'm just trying to like secure my work online as much as possible. So I'm like, where else can I really post, or where can I get a place that's like centralized um that isn't me relying on some external. Well, it sucks because no matter what, I have to rely on something, but it just would be nice to kind of have things collected in a place where I don't have to worry about some millionaire fucking doing something fucky wucky with it. I don't even want to say. But yeah, so that's all. I'm like a Patreon maybe, or like just having my own website for it, because I mean I am planning on making like short comics, so it'd be nice to also have a place where I can like host those and whatnot. Thank you for the follow, Karatsun. I hope I said your name right. Welcome, welcome. We're drawing Umas. But yeah, so I'll be floating kind of that idea around just a little bit, also because I'm gonna be starting like doing YouTube stuff again soon. So I want to also maybe have a place where I can show stuff for that as well. I see some artists do like sticker clubs, and I've kind of thought about that as well, but I feel like I wouldn't have the time for sticker clubs and like sending them out like to everyone myself, you know. Maybe if I ever go doing art full time, I'll consider it, but I think for now that's probably not a possibility. Though I think in the future I would like to open up like a storefront to kind of sell like stickers and charms and stuff like that. I just don't really want to. I think the only thing that I get scared of is I don't want to handle the shipping myself. I'm lazy, and also I don't. I feel like that would stress me the fuck out. I would need assistance. Some places print and ship them out for you. No, I'm aware. There's like Imprint. There's like those kind of places. Oh, maybe I would have to design stuff for the sake of prints though, which I might do in the future, and see if people are interested. Though I think for sites like that, you do need an invite. So I would have to know somebody who already has a spot there and see if I can get uh, there as well. Because I'm not sure how else it would work. But yeah, I guess like I have to always gauge it. Here's the thing about me, and I've said this before. I have to gauge interests on whether people are gonna like something or not. A lot of the time, because I don't like putting effort into something that ultimately isn't going to work out. I'm all for taking risks, right? But then there are some times when I'm like, is this a calculated risk, or is this just like I'm gonna spend all this time and effort on something that's ultimately just gonna go nowhere? So, especially at this point in my life, I'm kind of just like, I need to know that it is at least going to be somewhat successful. Out of your canvas turn keybinds, I'm new to drawing a bit, so I'd assume to help a lot. Well, I have a device called the Torbox. It's this handy dandy little like cube with a bunch of knobs and buttons and things on it, and I have it bound to one of the knobs essentially to rotate. But you can map the rotate tool to a key. Um, you can rotate things too. You can. A mouse also works, and it's much cheaper. Yes, but the reason specifically why I talk about having a Tor box is because for the way that I work, it's the most efficient thing. Like I literally never have to worry about my keybinds because I have it all mapped to specifically where my fingers are at. I'm very particular about this kind of stuff, and I bought a Tor box just because I wanted to see if it would actually improve my workflow, and it did. So you can use regular keyboard bindings, but just for the way that my setup is, I just like having a Tor box because of the convenience. This isn't me telling you to go spend a bunch of money on it because it is expensive. Don't get me wrong, but I'm telling you, if you ask for my method, that is my method. So, but there's a bunch of other ways you can do it. If you have any kind of USB connector device, like a controller or something with like a few face buttons, you can also just use one of those. Hell, you can even use your Switch Joy-Cons. You can connect them and turn them into shortcut keys if you have a Switch. Can you hold the tour box in one hand? I think the smaller one you can, but the way that I have it set up is that I literally just have my hand over it the whole time, which isn't good for like my carpal tunnel, but it works for the most part. Yeah, but there's a lot of methods, and also you, like I said, you could just bind your keys to a keyboard as well. So yeah, I also have one of the buttons mapped to flip the canvas just so I can do it easily, which is important. You should always flip your canvas. It helps a lot when trying to make things look good. Her choker is not that thick, so. Yeah. But I'm also somebody who's been drawing digitally for like over a decade, probably longer. Hell, almost 2 decades now. So a lot of the techniques I have are techniques that have just formed over time. Um, and what works for me. Doesn't necessarily mean it works for everyone. It's just what works for me. So don't ever have to listen to me in particular. I wasn't gonna make this the original line work, but now I'm kind of just digging how this is coming out, so I might just stick with this. I was being very loosey-goosey with it, and I think I've always said this, but I think the looser I am, the better my stuff ends up looking. I feel like too many times I get so rigid with the way that I want my art to look. That legitimately scared me. That legitimately scared me. So you know what I'm gonna do? Where is he? Where the fuck is he? I'm shaving your head. Where is he? He ran away. That coward. He ran the moment he did it. There he is. Hold on. You've been shaved. I've shaved your head. There you go. You're bald now. Look what's missing next to your name. Look what's missing. You fool. How dare you? Remember what I said? When you become a mod, you become beholden to me. You fool. You've transgressed upon me, and now I've made you bald. Everyone look at him and his shiny head. As we all know, bald people are evil. We're fine here. You can have your hair back. Don't go to Otome. She won't help you. In fact, she would give you an even worse punishment. Mod fell off. Can't believe he used the fart gun against me. I've remodded him. Don't worry. Just remember, Everything has consequences. Are you bullying Chad again? He started it. He used the fart to scare me, even though the fart was my own doing. Your mom got consequences? Buddy, Jabber, the year just started. Is this really the energy we want to start with? The year just started. I was in a good mood today. You know what? I was truthfully in a good mood today. I am no longer in a good mood. I am no longer in a good mood. I'm in a rotten mood now. No, don't say that. You're still in a good mood. No, I'm not. Everyone, give Otome your energy so that she may feel better. Just know that she will not give the energy back. It will be hers, and part of your soul will be consumed by her. But it's for the greater good. Ugh, okay. I keep forgetting that I gave Belfie gloves. I need to remember that. Her new design has the gloves. Anyways, I hope everyone is doing well. I hope the year has been kind to everyone so far. Well, kinder at least than last year. We're only like 2 days in, but one would hope that the vibes would be a little better. Did everyone have a good day today? I think I had a pretty good day today. Spent all day yesterday resting. So I managed to wake up somewhat earlier today, have a bit more of a productive day. I came to a resolution. Well, it was the resolution I was gonna do regardless, but I've decided for myself that I'm going to. I made a post about this on Blue Sky, but I've decided for myself that I'm gonna like not drink this year. Just kind of go a year without really like drinking alcohol, and yeah, because I hate to invoke age, but truthfully, I think I'm getting to the point where it's like I just don't really like what alcohol does to me. I don't think most people do, to be honest. To be fair, yeah, I don't like what alcohol does to me, and how it makes my body feel. So I'm going to make the effort to just not drink really as much. My crow's model is shaking? What does that mean? I don't have a drinking problem. That's not what I'm trying to imply. I don't have a problem. Like, I'm not an alcoholic by any means. It's more of just like, it's more just like, so here's the thing. Like, if I do drink, it's usually I'm out with friends, we're having a couple of beers or something, or we're having some drinks or something along those lines, right? And usually pretty okay. But I think my issue, and that's like literally the only time I drink, like that or like a special event or something like that, which is like few and far in between. But I think the reality of it is just like, when I do drink, I end up drinking just like a little bit too much, right? Because I'm somebody who needs to drink quite a bit to like feel a buzz, which sucks. I'm not a lightweight by any means, and that's not like me bragging about it or anything. It's more just like it doesn't appeal to me as much as it used to when I was like much younger. And I fear that if I keep it up, it'll become a bad trend, and I'd rather not that happen. I want to learn how to just have like how should we call it? I want to learn to be able to limit myself properly and overall just like, not want to drink. But also it's just so bad for your body, man. Like I gained a lot of weight this year. Like I was kind of ignoring it for the most part, but then like towards the end of last year, like I finally like was looking in the mirror and I'm like, wow, I've gained a lot of weight by comparison to the years before, and like and it's not good. It's really not good. This is the unhealthiest I think I've felt in a long time, and I really don't want that to be like a trend. And alcohol is unfortunately the thing that like will make you gain weight the fastest because it's just pure carbs. It's just pure sugar. It's pure carbs, and your body doesn't process it properly. So yeah. So I want to make a conscious effort to just not drink. Really. And again, I'm getting older and like hangovers, they hurt more. They hurt more and they last longer. So, yeah, it's not worth it in my opinion. It's just not worth it. And I'd rather just have a good time with people and not have to rely on drinking to have a good time. Cuz that's the other thing. I think the reality of it is I just want to be able to hang out with folks and not have to drink to have a good time and whatnot. So I'm you know I'm at least gonna cut back for a year, see how I feel afterwards, and then maybe just balance myself out a little bit more. Very simply skinny that. Need to replace this one. Yeah, I'll probably replace the beer emote with coffee instead. I'll probably give myself like a coffee cup one because I'm surprised I don't have a coffee emote. You'll be a skinny legend. Yeah, I'm planning to also kind of just overall diet and exercise better too. Like I'm really gonna try and like eat more vegetables. Gonna eat lower calorie foods, not as many carbs. Like I really want to get back in shape to how I was a few years ago. Because I think it's also just been affecting my mood, my energy levels, and I hate it. But yeah, and I was just a social drinker, right? Like that was effectively what it was for me. But it was like, but unfortunately, it was the thing of I needed to drink I needed to drink at least like a 6-pack of beer to like start feeling the buzz, which is not great. And also, it's expensive. Alcohol is it's fucking expensive, and I'm tired of wasting money on alcohol. Like, real talk. I'm so tired of wasting money on alcohol. Especially these days. So, yeah. Just overall, just want to be healthier in this new year. Want to be better. I'm not getting any younger, so I need to actually, like, um, watch myself and make sure that I'm being better. I think the only exception I'll do about like drinking is like maybe birthday parties or something, but like even then I'll still limit myself. But yeah, just casually going out and drinking and stuff like that. Yeah, no, I'm not gonna be doing that anymore. Doing on alcohol drink prices. Think damn. Yep. Yeah, alcohol's expensive, man. It's one of the things that I think prevents a lot of people from drinking a lot is just how expensive alcohol can be overall. Which I think is why like so many people instead save it for special occasions as opposed to just doing it casually all the time. Except for beer. Beer is like the one thing that it's like just like it'll probably remain the cheaper drink thing, but it's sort of what it's meant to be. But yeah. Crow is trying to be healthier. Yeah. I want to not like just make resolutions and not stick to them. Like I actually want to have goals for myself and do them and not just sit around and wait for something to happen. You know what I mean? As I did that last year, boy did that mess with my mentality about things and I hate it. So this year I definitely want to like set things up for myself in a way where I'm actually committing to the things that I say I'm going to do and hold myself accountable. I want this year to be the most successful year that I have, truthfully. Yeah. I also want to definitely reach out and work with more people this year, more of my artist friends, do more cool things together. Just reach out to more artists in general because I feel like right now the community is very kind of fractured. Not in a sense that like people are fighting with each other or anything, but more just like it just feels like a lot of people don't know what to do or where to go or feel hopeless. So I want to like kind of do more things to kind of get people together to want to do stuff, you know? I got a few ideas. I've noticed it's easier to commit and achieve your goals if you also make a plan on how to achieve them, not just say the things. Yeah. That's something else that I'm doing is that I'm gonna like carve out more of a schedule to my life so that it's not just doing things haphazardly because I feel like I always make that excuse for myself of like, it doesn't really matter having a schedule and all that stuff. But like, no, I think it really helps to organize yourself in a way where you're not where again, you're not just waiting around for something to happen. Like you're actually committing to doing something that you said you're gonna do. So that's sort of where I'm at. But this year is also going to be about like just saving money because I feel like I spent way too much money last year on frivolous things. But also because I'm planning on doing a big Japan trip at the end of the year, so I want to save up a bunch for that. So you might see me doing more commission work and stuff like that this year to try and save up for that and pay off some credit card debt that I got still lingering around. Let me see. This is her Uma tail. For those who were curious, this is her big horse tail flowing in the wind as she runs. So it's kind of doing like one of these like swooshy things. Haunts maxing. Haunts maxing indeed. Yeah, just like another little break right there, just so you could tell. Any anatomy tips you might have? Your pose looks cool for her. Well, what exactly do you want to know? Anatomy tips can be very broad. You kind of got to figure out what is it that you want to work on. shaping it out, I guess. Don't worry too much about the finer details when you're doing shapes. Worry more about what is the overall thing you're trying to say. So a good example is I didn't start this by just picking this pose automatically. So if I go here, I did 4 thumbnails. The one I picked is obviously the one that got taken out of here, but I did 4 thumbnails to kind of show what the overall image I wanted to get was, right? And so the one I picked was the one that was the most like complementary to what I was trying to go for, with pointing her out running forward, right? But as you can see right here, I'm not focused too much on the anatomy of it all. I'm more focused on what the shapes are going to look like, what the pose is going to look like. You kind of carve out the anatomy after that's the fact. So, you know, so this was examples like, so this is how I started. This was the foundation of the pose, right? And then from this, shaped it out to this. It's about just when you're starting off, it's more about trying to get the feel more than it is about, oh, how does this part of the body connect to this part of the body? It's like, okay, well, what am I trying to go for? When it comes to like actually shaping out the anatomy, that comes after you've decided the pose. Starting somewhere and you'll get there eventually, kind of. It's less starting somewhere and you'll get there eventually, and more just you need to have intent with what you're trying to do before you start focusing on the anatomy, because then otherwise your anatomy won't make sense. Now, you know what? I'll do that after, because if I do it right now, it's going to mess with the whole structure. I'll do the speed lines after. So sort of how I showed you how the shapes were supposed to how the shapes are supposed to look. It's supposed to be you block things out, which is the actual term for it, which is like blocking out the overall like what you're trying to go for, and then from there you start putting in the finer details. Which is why thumbnailing is super important for whenever you want to do like a very elaborate piece. Like if you're just doodling around and don't really care, then you're fine. But if for someone like me, where I'm like, I want to make this a kind of more in-depth piece, I wanted to thumbnail it out so that I have an idea of like what I'm going for, you know, and do different iterations of what I'm trying to do. So it depends on, again, what your intent is, right? And you don't always, and like, here's the thing, you don't have to listen to me. Like I'm not the end all be all when it comes to like art tips or anything like that, but this is just kind of like what I learned and what helps for me. There are other people who don't bother with any of that and do just fine as well. So if it's something that doesn't seem that appealing to you, it's like, don't worry about it. You don't have to do it. But I think going in with intent is a lot better than just kind of, you know, doing things haphazardly, because then you get frustrated and then you want to stop, which is not great. And I feel like a lot of artists end up falling into that cycle of I'm just gonna start drawing and hope something works, and it's like, no, you gotta have a little bit of intent, otherwise you're gonna get really frustrated really fast, you know. But again, that's just my take. You don't have to listen to me. There's this really good artist who I often reference for things just because he shows off a lot of his process and he talks about sort of the importance of thumbnailing stuff and having different iterations. There is an artist named Kuno MD, and he's on Twitter mostly, but I know he did recently a class, an online course where he was teaching people how to do digital painting and whatnot. Very good person to check out for the sake of learning how to do stuff. Pretty indecisive, and you're right. I do get frustrated when I'm just willy nilly doing things. Like if it's just for the sake of practice, then don't worry about it too much. Don't think about it. But like if it's something, if you're trying to draw something and you're going for a specific feel, it's good to plan it out. It's good to have like sort of an idea of what you're trying to do. Almost asked you where Jar knew, but I remember we're in the year of the haunts. Come on, keep up, man. What are we doing out here? Maybe love, say my heart. Okay. Okay. And this is where, and this is be the point of the drawing where I'd look at the line art and be like, all right, how does it look? Is the line weight good in the parts that I want it to be emphasized? And then I can go and start doing that. Start fixing the line art where I want it to be fixed. Maybe left. Because one thing that's if you ever feel weird about your line art is to remember to make the line art darker in the spots where it connects to another line is a golden rule. In reality, though, for this one, I did just kind of clean up the sketchy line art, which you wouldn't even be able to notice, to be honest. So it works out for me, because I don't have to do extra work. But yeah, you'd make parts like this like a little darker just so it emphasizes the kind of connection point. Also, this should be fixed because the hood is going like that. Also, you'll notice I made the line art thicker for her knee coming forward like this. And that's on purpose so that it's emphasized more. So you can tell it's, it's going forward. Same with their leg. You want to put the emphasis there so you know that that's the action point. Now, I'm not perfect at this, obviously, but it's just something to remember. What's up, my dude? Welcome. Also, did you officially just change your name now? Is that your new online handle? You're the penguin guy? I'll make sure to remember to refer you as Penguin. What up, fellow bird? We burden up? Is that what's happening? Comment whatever you want. Yeah, we're burden up. Well, it's good, man. You've been doing some good work with your art lately. If you guys don't know, Penguin here draw some draw some really lovely ladies. I don't know how else to put it without just saying he draws boobs and butt really good. You should go follow him for that. You've not been posting lately. You posted not too long ago. But anyways, I'm trying to hype you up, all right? Just try and let me gas you up a little bit. This dude, let me tell you about the ass and titties he draws. Appreciate you, gang. Appreciate you too, man. I hope you've been doing well. I owe you some art, by the way. I've been saying for the longest time because I've been trying to draw other people's OCs, and I've been meaning to take another pass at your OCs again. Happy New Year to you. I'm gonna fix this because the hair wasn't looking right. The same for you all too. Hell yeah. I mean, I passed the first day of the year hungover, so maybe not the best, but I'm doing a lot better today. So we hang in there. Like most, honestly. Yeah. Plan is for that to be the last hangover of the year. The first and last. So no more of that. I'm sorry to hear that, Rosie. Okay. I think oh I think the line art is looking nice for now. I'll mess with it more later if I feel like it's not popping enough. But anyways, yeah, here's Uma Belfi. There you go. I was originally actually gonna draw her in the Tracen Academy uniform that the girls wear, but then I was like, nah, I think just having a regular fit but umifying her would be the move. Almost forgot to draw her collarbone. That's important. A lot of people really been into Belfi lately, and I'm glad. That makes me happy because I'm planning on drawing a lot more of her this year. Really focus on that OC art. And properly make that one-shot comic that I've been meaning to make. Okay, now I gotta bring up her human form art. So excited about it. There's a lot more character designing that I have to get done before that. A lot more planning. So you're not gonna see it anytime soon. I'm just letting you guys know that now. You're not seeing it anytime soon. So more just put it in a compartment in your brain to think about later. Not right now. Okay. But like I said, there's a lot of plans for this year that is involving both OC stuff, fan art stuff, and also, like I said, I want to have like more of a little kind of organized thing when it comes to like art prompts and whatnot this year. And I was going to make a post in the Discord to say, hey, the first prompt of the year is to go draw a horse or something horse related. I'm saying this on stream, but I'm going to make a post about it in the Discord as well and be like, hey, yo, if you want something to draw, here's an idea. And I'm going to make a channel dedicated to, well, there's already a channel, but I'm going to, be like, oh, hey, the deadline end of the month. Go draw your Umas. Let's see. I figured I'd start the year off doing one of these chill art streams because it's like this is the vibe I kind of want to go into this year with as well. I still want my streams to be a place where people can just chill out and yap and enjoy the art, you know. I was thinking too. You guys know how I have my for those of you who don't know, my series on my YouTube that I started where I was kind of talking about art books. And I was thinking, would you guys be interested in if I do the art book showcase live on stream? Would that be something you guys would be interested in seeing? It's kind of me showcasing an art book and then your thought, like my thoughts on it. Or should I leave that to the more like produced, like scripted sort of thing? Because I figure if I got stream, so what would be the harm in like trying to do something like that on stream? But it all depends on how people feel. If that would be entertaining or interesting. Think it would be cool on stream. I will consider it. Do I do this or do I want to do like a black tank top kind of thing? No, I think doing a cooler gray underneath would be better. hate when it does this. I didn't change the opacity. I don't know why it assumes I do. Let's see. Oh, I need to tell you guys about my amazing gacha luck this fucking week for some reason. So I played ZZZ, and the newest character just dropped, Yixin Guang, and yeah, I don't really care for her all that much, to be honest. Like, as a character, I don't find her that I don't really find her that interesting. Despite her being the big character of the season. Doesn't really like the whole ooh, she's your girlfriend kind of thing does not really appeal to me. But the problem is that they made her meta, like super meta, like brain dead meta, like you don't even have to really try with her, right? So there's no reason to not pull. So because I didn't get Banyue, I'm like, well, it's giving you a bunch of free pulls this time around. Might as well see what my luck is. Got her immediately. Banyue did not come home even after about 70 rolls. And I'm still mad about that. For those of you who don't know who Banyue is, he's a big robot lion man. I'm sure you've probably seen him around if you've been anywhere on social media. He's a big robot lion man who is voiced by Chris Sabat in English, aka All Might from My Hero. And I'm very upset at the fact that he didn't want to come home. And that Yixin Guang came home immediately. I'm like, why is it gotta be this way? Why can't I have my big muscly robot man? So then I rolled for her weapon too, which is like a separate thing you have to roll for. Got it immediately too. So the game is trying to tell me something, and I hate it. And I hate it. I don't need more waifus. I don't need more waifu type characters. I want buff martial arts robot. Why? When it's not the character I want, my luck is always immaculate. When it's the character I want, it's the what is it? The desire sensor just fucks me up, man. Just absolutely destroys me. Like when I play gacha games, I tend to not go for just like the straight waifu characters because they don't really appeal to me that much. I always go for the weirdo picks or the characters that are specific references to something. Like when I was playing Honkai Star Rail still, I was going all in on Firefly because it was just tokusatsu, and then they revealed that the character itself was like an anime girl inside the suit, and I'm like, well, you know what? When you're fighting with her, she's in the suit most of the time. So I'm just gonna assume that she's still in the suit, or like that the suit is the character. And so I was all in on that just because it was a big Kamen Rider reference, and I want more of that. Give me that. Give me characters that are just like guys in suits of armor. Give me more Kamen Rider. That's essentially what I'm saying. Is like give me Kamen Rider. That's what I want. Give me tokusatsu more than anime booba. You can get anime booba anywhere. The thing that I want is beyond even that. I just realized in her human form she's not supposed to have the things. Well, you know what? We'll say it's a racing accessory. Don't worry about it. Whoopsie. Forgot my own lore for a second of my own OC. She's not supposed to have the shackles on when she's in her human form. But you know what? We'll say for the sake of the Uma stuff, it's part of her accessories. She's like a a beast that must be restrained, which is technically true within her lore. It's okay. It's my OC. I can decide whether or not I want to stick to her lore or not. It's a non-canon appearance anyway, so it doesn't matter. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. But anyways, that's been my round of recent gacha luck. I haven't even done the new story for ZZZ yet because I heard it's pretty long, and so I need to actually carve out time to sit down and do it. But man, I hope when they rerun him, I hope I have enough pulls to get him. Why? 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 That's twice now. That's twice now that scared the shit out of me. I'm removing it. I'm getting rid of it. Hey, Crackly. Hello. How are you? Are you having a good new year? I hope so. I wish nothing but blessings upon thee. I hope you have been doing well and are still doing amazing things. Eh? Well, I hope it becomes less for you. I hope. I'm manifesting good vibes for you, Crackly, into the new year. Beaming them straight at you. Okay. And there we have Uma Belfi all flatted out. Well, she's not flat, but the color flats are there, you know? You know what I mean? Yeah. You get what I mean? Anyways, ow, my everything. It cracked all at once. Okay, well, I'm gonna take this opportunity now that I've done the flats before I get into the rendering. I'm gonna do a BRB, but also when I get back, I'm probably just gonna like just chat for a bit because I have food that's been sitting here and I kind of want to eat because I've not eaten today. Well, I'm not eating lunch or dinner. Technically, it would be dinner time right now. But we're gonna do a quick BRB and then I'll come back and we'll just yap while I munch on something. All right. Hang tight, everyone. BRB. Go piss if you gotta piss or go up and stretch. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay, chap. I'm back. I'm back and I'm taking a food break. So sorry. I'm gonna try to eat away from the microphone, but I'm doing a little food break because I haven't eaten. And also when I ordered food earlier, I ordered some for myself. Yeah, it's nachos. It's shredded chicken nachos. Not the healthiest food, but it's chicken. Mm. And I don't really eat nachos that much, to be honest. So, can you hear the rustling of the bag? I do have a bit of a health goal this year, obviously, but taking it in like tiny steps. I think at some point when I have a little bit more like time in my schedule, I don't know. That stuff always seems so daunting to me, especially doing it alone. I try to convince one of my friends. I try to convince one of my friends to go to the gym with me or something. Just to start, because I feel like once I get started, I can do it solo, no problem. But it's the starting part that is, I think, the spookiest or the most stressful. Anybody in chat go to the gym? I know Rosie does. I'm wondering how valid getting a trainer is too. Loki should. Hey man, I'm all for it. Anything to better yourself, to be honest. I mean, here's the thing. Going to the gym isn't always just about like, oh, am I gonna get like fucking ripped? Am I gonna get jacked? It's just about being healthier, to be honest. Even if there's no visible difference, your body feels it. Because you got to do specific things for it to like appear. There's like exercises for the sake of strength training, and then exercises for the sake of getting your muscles to like be visible. It's specific things. Like for artists especially, it's more about doing cardio and gaining stamina because I know a lot of artists who have awful stamina. Don't eat enough to really gain muscle. Or are you trying to gain muscle or are you just trying to like stay in shape? You know? Because there's a difference between that. It's like, are you trying to bodybuild or are you trying to like just look fit? Need muscle for your insulin. You gotta start packing in the protein then. What do you mean you only exercise for the sake of art? What does that mean? Sorry, I was talking with my mouth full. What do you mean you only exercise for the sake of art? Like, would like you pose? Use yourself as reference? You lift weight so you can hold your pen longer? Does that correlate? Like if you do like wrist training? Well, I know wrist training helps a lot, but in general, most artists should be doing more wrist exercises to strengthen their wrists, but oh, try to draw with your whole arm rather than your wrist. That's smart. Most people should do that. I can't use myself as reference. One time I tried and I couldn't do anything with my pick because my dice covered everything about the pose. I was about to say something so stupid. I was about to be like, "Oh, look at Johnny Big Thighs over here." But I also have large thighs. I can't say anything. I'm also Johnny Big Thighs. And you know what's worse? I'm Johnny Big Thighs, no ass. It sucks. It's so unbalanced. I love that the tracking on my model is so good that you can tell when I'm chewing. I also to give props to Crackly for making sure I have proper jaw and cheek movement. I feel like an animal, like on display. It's like look at the crow chew his food. Notice how he feasts. You know, speaking of using yourself for like reference for poses and whatnot, there's this there's this lady on TikTok who she was doing like this goth outfit and then she was doing like a photo shoot of herself and she had a camera angled like people described it as like a gachiakta angle where it was just different poses of her from like a fisheye lens perspective. And I'm like, damn, this is actually so smart. I need to get one of these kind of like camera mounts. I rely on people who are more photogenic than me to do poses for reference. Like that one couple who all they do is just like poses in their underwear for artists. Those guys rule. Those guys are awesome. And also cosplayers. Cosplayers truly are the backbone of a lot of references. Especially when you're trying to draw a specific character and you're like, what would this outfit look like IRL? And then you see it and you're like, oh, that's what it would look like. So shout out to all the cosplayers that I know. Literally saved me in a lot of art situations. I'm almost done eating. Sorry. You don't really use references because poses aren't too complicated. I think I'm in the same boat mostly, and I want to like get out of that habit because I want to do stuff that's a little bit more complex, obviously. But I don't think you always need reference, especially if you have like enough of a memory bank for the kind of shapes or poses you're trying to do. You really don't need to go that crazy with like reference and stuff. But if you're trying to go like super complex, I think it helps. I think also if you want to get a specific material down, like a texture for a material, it also helps to have reference for that. Like leather or cloth or metal. I'm almost done, I swear. I never eat on stream. This isn't a normal thing. Don't worry. This was just a special occasion. This is not a regular thing. Don't worry. I will not become a streamer that eats on stream. Don't worry. You won't have to hear my disgusting mouth noises. Okay. I'm officially done. Okay. Let me do another. Hold on. Let me be right back. I'm gonna go throw the trash away, and then we'll get back to rendering. Ooh, okay. All right, I'm back. Jesus Christ. Uh, my tummy is full. No more interruptions from here on out, hopefully. That was your only crow eating ASMR you will ever get. Unless I decide to do it again for a bit, but I know people hate mouth noises, so I wouldn't. Oh god. Chad, are you guys the kind of people who are you the kind of people who like hate when somebody's chewing out loud? You know, probably the weird phone for crow eating ASMR. You hate it? Your sister does that? But to what degree though? Like, is it the lip smacking? Is it the like the inner teeth noise? Like, what is it that gets you? Because like I it doesn't really bug me, but like if somebody's doing it loud, then I start being like, well, what's all this for? Why? You know? I hate that too. Oh, wet noises? Oh. What about slurping? What about when people slurp up them soup? How that make you feel? You like a, you know, or if I were to do, I'm sorry, that was more violent than I thought it was gonna be. Slurping is still in the way. Snorting nose mucus though. But what if you just got some mocos? So you just gotta you gotta them up. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. That's an awful noise. I'm not sorry actually. That was intentional. Penguin doesn't come by my stream for the longest time. The one time he's here, Crow just starts making disgusting noises. What did I come back to? You missed my food eating ASMR. The one time I ever did it. You could have heard me chew. I'm gonna go back and delete it from the VOD now. That's not true. I'm not gonna do that. It's too much effort. Gum chewing, but the one thing I fucking hate is whispering for. Wait, what? Whispering? Oh, is it because it triggers your ASMR? So, like, if somebody's doing this. I don't know if there's any, like, specific mouth. Yeah, I'm about to punch my screen. I don't know if there's any specific, like, mouth noise or something that really, like, bothers me. To be honest, I'm a pretty unbothered guy. I'm just chill like that, but, you know. Rosie, I thought you hated it when I did the Discord mod voice, the Valorant guy. I thought that one like pissed you off. It doesn't make me mad. But the whispering pisses you off. I think the only thing that ever just makes me uncomfy is when people breathe heavy into a microphone. That's probably the only thing. I don't know why it makes me so angry. I couldn't stand it. That's crazy. Uncomfortable is one thing, but angry, that's a hell of a response to that. Everybody's different though. We all have things that trigger something in our brain that makes it go, "Nuh-uh, no." I'm mentally ill. It's crazy. Rage inducing to me, but others fall asleep to whispering ASMR. I don't want to psychoanalyze you, but there's got to be some kind of correlation in your life where something along the lines of whispering did something to your brain. Like how in Dragon Ball, Broly hearing Kakarot crying is what triggered his thing. Like someone must have done it to piss you off or something, and it just stuck. Anyways, I'm just doing color blocking right now, or like shadow blocking, whatever you want to call it. I'm not going too hard on the fine details right now. Just figuring out where the shadows are going to be. Haitian my Latina DNA. The relation would be funny. Probably. I don't know. I'm just assuming because like usually when there's like strong responses to certain stimuli, it's because something like happened, like when you were probably a baby that triggered it to, or like when you were younger that probably triggered it to have that kind of response in your brain. Usually, sometimes we're just hardwired to just hate certain things. We can't really pinpoint why. Again, I'm not a psychologist, so I would take my words with the grainiest of salt. Guess I'll never know. Let's see. So for anybody wondering what what part of the process this is I'm doing a multiply layer with like a bluish shade to kind of get the overall feel of what I'm trying to do, and then later on I'm going to go over. I've done this pretty much consistently for about half a year now. I go over it with a color brush to bring out the tones in the shadow and not just make it all one dull neutral color, because then otherwise it looks way too muddy. There are probably better methods to do it, and I'm going to try and figure those out this year. But this is so far the method that's been kind of consistent with me, and you'll notice it across like a lot of my more recent artworks, is it has that kind of look. But I'm trying to get it to be cleaner, or a way that it's like more consistent. Because then usually what I'll do is I'll just like merge everything into one layer and then just paint over, do a one layer paint over, which works for me. But at the same time, it's also very time consuming because there's a lot that I gotta fix. But, you know, until I find a better solution, this is kind of just what I'm going for. Because I'm not good. I don't know how to do proper grayscale to color rendering stuff. I still haven't figured out the method to do it properly. I don't know. Do you guys do grayscale to color, or do you just shade like with the color shade straight up, or do you also do multiply? 'Cause I'm always curious. Multiply moving the color wheel around a little. Use gradients to add more just color variation. I also do gradients from time to time, just when I feel like the colors are not working and I want to get like more of a varied look. But I try not to rely on them too much. There's an artist that I follow that is very good at using gradients in a way that's like very, you know, and working from grayscale to color, which is Lack. I talk about Lack a lot, and he even made a video on one of his art books. But he has time lapses and even does, I believe, tutorials on his YouTube channel where you can see him his process and how he does it. It's interesting. Shade with electric blue, and then I start changing the hue and value, selecting the flats, and then Control U, the shading and the multiple mirror. I kind of eyeball it, which I know is probably not the best thing to do, but I tend to just like eyeball it just to see what works. But I should probably be using the layer color or the flat color to do the proper shading. Try to save layers as much as possible. I'm getting better about doing that too. Not just making like a billion layers. But I also like giving myself like a way textured painterly look still, you know? Your layers reached to 3 digits? Oh no. How does your computer deal with that? Gomichi, you gotta optimize that stuff. You can't be making like 3-digit layers. You're gonna Yeah, I think once I merge everything, I end up pretty much with like maybe 4 layers total, depending on how much I'm trying to do. Chad, I have a genuine question about something, and it has to do with furry art. So to anybody who is maybe specializes in like the furry side of art stuff, general question: what is it up with what's up with Toriel from Undertale? Like, is she just like really hot to furries, or like what's up with that? I see a lot of Toriel art on my timeline, with like her ass out and everything. I'm just like, I never felt this kind of connection to her, this kind of feeling towards her. So I'm wondering where does that manifest? Is it a furry thing, or is it just because she's a bit on the thicker side? MILF. I just like the blank MILF. No explanation. That's good. That's good. All right. Question answered. MILF. I don't know, but then like there are other milfs out there, and they don't get the same amount of attention. She's mommy. I don't know about that. At least not to me. I mean, I can't speak. I can only speak for myself. I've never felt the draw of the goat, I guess. Same with Asgore. That's pathetic dilf. I you know what? I guess it's just not for me. I think this is just one of those things where I'm just like I personally don't get it, but I guess it works for other people. But I'm just curious because I see Toriel specifically a lot, and I'm just like, what is it about her? Is it because she's thick, or you know, was there like a thing that happened that I was just not aware of? Never found Undertale appealing to begin with. I mean, I I think the game itself is interesting. I never dig deep into it aside from thinking the game is interesting. But I know it's like people's entire worlds in some regard. And I think that's special and I think that's cool. But Undertale and Deltarune have such a like a grip on people. It's kind of crazy. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of My Little Pony. It has that same kind of energy of like I don't understand the appeal here, but it's for somebody. And even to this day, we still see people still like drawing My Little Pony stuff consistently. And that was one of those things where it never hit me. Never found any interest in it. Uma Musume Loki makes me think of My Little Pony a little bit. Like I get the connection, but at the same time with Uma Musume, it's like I think what gets me, yeah, Uma Musume is in My Little Pony for Wii's, but the difference is that Uma Musume is still like a sports thing too. So it also scratches the sports anime like itch in my brain, especially Cinderella Grey. So it's got like those two things going for it, but like with My Little Pony, I never. It was just like it was more like a children's cartoon sort of thing, right? And so like I never, like I think I tried watching it one time and it didn't do anything for me. When Rainbow is the focus of the episode, I go to Uma for the Yuri. Well, I think the other thing that I find interesting about Uma in comparison is that it is based off real horses, so you at least get like stories that relate to the actual history of these horses and their actual horse races. So there's that aspect of it that I also find fascinating, but yeah. I think I just like I like Cygames' art department a lot, and they do a lot of great designs with a lot of the Umas. So that's that for me that hits. Whereas for the ponies and My Little Pony, I felt nothing towards any of their designs. They look like the kind of stuff I would buy for my niece, and that's about it. Aside from that, they didn't hit me in a way that appealed. So that was one that definitely like passed me by. And I'm not entirely bothered by that, to be honest. Like when you're a kid and freshly entering the art community. I mean, yeah. I mean that was me with Sonic, you know. I think for me, Sonic did that uh very early on of like, oh, this thing that's my obsession and has like a very fringe community based around it. That's still going strong to this day, to be honest. Though I will say the funniest thing about any kind of like Sonic discourse is that there's always this big discourse about Sonic's 3D model. And anytime people show comparison pictures of like, look at how they butchered this 3D model, I'm like, they all look exactly the same. I I do not understand what this argument is even about most of the time. Like people are always like, this fan model looks better, and I'm like, it looks exactly like the in-game model. Or they'll post a picture of the in-game models of Sonic, and they'll be like, this model looks like shit, and I'm like, this just looks like Sonic. What am I missing? Like what am I missing? Some Sonic fans legit just drive me insane. I'm like, what are we even arguing about right now? What is happening? That's why I don't really go towards that community anymore. No one hates Sonic more than Sonic fans. That is for real. Okay. Da, 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 da. Yeah. I do think that there's always some kind of like, especially because of the way that the internet is. I always do think there's some kind of fear to the entering when you're younger and entering a space that's based off children's media and it having like a very strong like adult following because then that's how not great stuff happens as well. So I feel like now more than ever parents got to be really wary about what their kids are doing because especially with like all the shit that's been going on with Roblox and everything, like god, and the amount of kids that play that stuff. I mean, to me Roblox already seems like an evil place. But I'll never forget when there was that period of time where my chat really wanted me to play Dress to Impress. I said no. And I still say no. I grew up playing Roblox. It should never have been for kids. That, or if it was going to be for kids, it should have stayed like a place that was very structured for kids, but it's not. It's okay. You would have lost Crow. I don't care. I, that's, that's how I feel about that. I don't care. I legitimately feel nothing towards Dress to Impress, and also I just the idea of like I think um I think Roblox in general is just very unethical, and that interview with the CEO makes it even more unethical. And I'm just like, yeah, I'm never going near this thing. Listen, I'm a man who knows staunchly when something is for me and when trying something will not work out. And that was one of those cases where I knew for a fact there was no way I was going to enjoy that thing. So I'm like, yeah, I'm not even gonna bother. But there's the thing. What's the thing? Give you fashion design inspirations. I can also just go to my friends who are very into fashion and ask them. I I don't think I have to play this random children's game to get good fashion advice. Yeah, I was gonna say I think even then a fashion magazine would probably be a better outlet than Dress to Impress if I can be frank. I will say it's not a children's game. I mean, it looks like Babby game, and then people will be like, "Look at my swimsuit," and it's like a blocky person wearing a. It's like when you find Minecraft porn, and you're just like, does this work for people? The blocks, you know? I don't know. Besides, I fear that if I start playing Roblox on stream, it's gonna attract the kind of audience that I don't want, which is like children. So I prefer to just avoid it wholeheartedly. I still can't believe you guys thought it was good. No. You guys gotta understand my tastes at this point. Your streamer does not fall for stream game of the month propaganda. Otherwise, I'd be doing way more of that stuff. But I don't. Okay. I think we are getting there. A few more like texture things I want to do. Always when it comes to like denim type material, I try to add just a little bit of texture. Are you gonna give her a Numa name? No. Well, I mean, it's gonna be hard because her name's just Belfie. She never really had a last name, so it's hard to like come up with something on the spot. Hungry Demon? Hungry Devil? That would probably be her Uma name, Hungry Devil. There you go. There, see, we came up with an Uma name right on the spot. I think for the gray, I'm gonna go more for like a blue. Actually, there was already a gray blue. Lighter blue. No. Purplish blue. There we go. That way it pops a little more. Do this. Do a little bit more of this. Then shift over to a little bit more red. Give it more of a little bit of a popping hue. So it's not just one color. It also gives a little bit more intensity to the scene. And I think for her hair, I'll do more of like an orange. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now that's popping. Kimi no iwa ga tokin tokin na 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 na. Da 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 da. Ugh. And then for her eyes. Now that's looking like Belfie. Okay. I need to learn how to sit in my chair properly and not in the bisexual way. It's hard though. That is the proper way. Makes my feet fall asleep though. I'm glad that everyone is aware about bisexual sitting in the chair. I'm happy that's just a universal thing people know about now. Oh yeah, is anybody excited about Grand Blue Fantasy finally getting a proper PC port slash global release that is not the fuck ass browser version? I am. Those that are unaware, you technically are as like a non-Japanese person been able to play Grand Blue for the longest time, but the only problem is that um they never updated it to have like a proper app version for the West, so you had to pretty much play on their on the browser, which is it's just an awful setup. I hate it. I hate the browser version of Grand Blue so much, but now they're doing an official port, and I'm happy about that. Also, you needed to sign up with this like random like Japanese company to make like an account for it to work properly, and it was just like it was just a lot of hassle for. Ugh. But I'm excited to finally get into Grand Blue. Want to up in here and say Happy New Year to you in chat. Thanks, Megadan. I appreciate that. Hope you're doing all right too. All right, this is where we merge everything. Boom, boom. I don't know. Grand Blue to me has been that thing that I've just been kind of like interested in for the longest time, but couldn't get into because of the whole browser thing. And also the fighting game made me more interested in a lot of the characters. And the action game, Relink, it's really good. So I'm like, you know what? I'm down for this Grand Blue thing. I want to try. I fall for gacha games so quickly, guys. It's like not even funny. It's like a sickness I have now. But also, a lot of the people who worked on Grand Blue were former Final Fantasy people, and so like that's the easiest way to get me to try something is if you just say the name Final Fantasy around, and I'll just be like, yeah, I guess I'll try it. Like I almost downloaded the Final Fantasy VII mobile game just because I saw some of the costumes that they were giving the characters. They gave Tifa a 2B costume. That's insane. Do they know what they've done? But yeah, I'm excited for that. I just hope it's not one of those situations where I play it for like a week and then get bored of it. I hear it's extremely grindy, but we'll see. I feel like at this point there's got to be enough quality of life stuff in it that it's not quite as grindy, but who knows. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm going like I'm going nonverbal again because rendering hard. Rendering difficult. Colors. Oh, brain. Try to figure out colors. Okay, all you need. No. A streamer must make conversation. Oh, brain. Come up with talk. Point. Oh. I was about to say 6-7, but then I stopped myself because yeah, I hate myself enough. I don't need to do it more. That's what the youth find interesting, right? That's the jingling keys of the current time. Chat, remind me to make a jingling keys redeem at some point. Okay. Okay. Trying to get the colors to be a little bit more balanced throughout, so it's not weird. There are parts that are too gray that I didn't color properly. There we go. Like this. This is way too gray. Let's smooth it out a little bit so it doesn't look as choppy. What else has been going on lately, chat? What's been up? I feel like I'm behind on like so many things. You coaching Oomph and TFT right now? Is TFT still going strong? Was there like a recent streamer tournament for it? I feel like I always hear more about TFT than I do League. But I also heard that League is apparently getting like a major change in 2 years. Like they're essentially going to make League of Legends 2. Always. It's just easy. Did you know that they made TFT in Zenless Zone Zero? Like they just straight up put TFT in it? Like unapologetically, it is the same fucking thing. I was like, wow, that's crazy. And I was kind of just like, they should keep it. And also, but fix it so that it doesn't leak your IP address when you try to play online with people. That part was not great. It looked fun. It was fun. Because it was, instead of like league champions, it was like these little bunny robot guys. Belfie horse. Well, look who finally showed up. What's up, Rock? It is indeed Belfie Uma. Welcome, welcome. Every once in a while, I feel the pull to want to play TFT again, but there's like so many other games that I can play. I'm just like, eh. I'll get back to it eventually. Something mom's birthday. Okay, well you don't have to hit me with the fucking. I was celebrating my mom's birthday. All right, you could have just been like I was busy. Now I feel like an asshole for calling you out. She's looking cute. I'm glad. You know what a cursed game I kind of want to... I like making people feel bad. This is why your computer got broken. This is why. You know that, right? You can't just be evil and expect like things to not happen to you. It's not how it works. Unless you're rich. Then you could get away with anything, truthfully. Playing because I'm in a car. I'm in a bit of a card game like streak right now, and it's Shadowverse. Izuma a form she could canonically take? Technically, because of her shape-shifting powers, yes. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to the people around her. Kazuma Musume doesn't exist in that universe. Have you done any art with their mid shape-shifting? No. But you might see some of that in the future. I have art of what she looks like in her full demon form that's kind of old, but still technically applies. But it's a bit not safe for work, so I can't show it on stream. Okay. Let me, before I get too into the background, let me do this. Okay. Anyways, what was I saying before? Oh yeah, I might be getting into Shadowverse just because I need another card game fixation, but also um because it has more Cygames art in it, and I love Cygames' art and character design, so that's enough of a draw to get me to start playing. I mean, I hear things about that game and about how like it's very money focused, but I'm gonna see what I'm in for. What's that from? Shadowverse is another one of Cygames' IPs. It is their card game that they made a long time ago, but they made a new one called Worlds Beyond, and I want to give it a shot. If you don't know, Cygames are the people who do Granblue and the people who do Uma Musume. So also, that game has crossovers with both Granblue and Uma Musume. And actually, right now they have a Freyren collab going on. The hit Grandma with collab, yeah. Listen, I'm down for more Grandma collab. So funny, I saw a post that was all like, I finally watched Freyren after only knowing about it through art people make online. Why does everyone draw her that way? She's literally just an old woman. And I'm like, yeah, yeah. That's the curse. I think it's funny that in the dub for Freyren, she actually uses the phrase whippersnapper. Like she is just an old woman. About the grandma from Dandadan. Yeah, but you see, that's an actual MILF or GILF or whatever you want to call her. That's different. I would 100% recommend watching Freyra in dub. It's actually really, really strong. I think the woman who does Freyren's voice did a really good job being very like deeper and more deadpan than the Japanese version. Her dub voice is very, very strong. It really does give the impression of somebody who's been alive for a long time. Very melancholy and soothing. I don't know. Personally, I think it's very fitting. No, is it just like a normal? Should I just do a normal something? In this case, Dai Shine is warranted because she is sweating. Okay. 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 Uh, okay. There's that. I think for this, I want to. It's on a separate layer. Now for the hair shine. Again, maybe one day in the future I'll find a more efficient method to do this, but for now, this is what works for me. That's what this year is going to be about, is finding out more efficient ways to do things with my art. Best of luck, friend. I'm bringing you all along with me. We're in this together. I say as I grab you by the collar and drag you into a fiery pit and whisper your soul is mine. Nothing new. True. That's what you signed up for when you joined the stream. Okay. We're almost there, chat. Don't you worry. We're almost there. I think. No. What was that trick that people had of like you get the color layer and then you duplicate it and then you set it to like color at 50% or something? I forget what it was. This? Or was it overlay? Was it brightness? There was like a thing that somebody did. Was it saturation? I just realized it should be that. Whoopsie. It's like three different layer settings. I forgot which exactly. The Twitter trend? Yeah, it was that thing that I saw before and I wanted to see if it still worked. Lighter color? Because I can't really see a difference. Whoa. No, I don't think it's hard light. It's screen? Yeah, I don't remember what it was. I remember trying it on one of my art pieces and it was like pretty okay. Color? No. Brightness? Mm, you found it? What was it? Oh no, now I remember. It was like you get the layer like normal, right? Create an orange layer, set the blending mode to brightness 2, merge it with the duplicated drawing, set saturated drawing. Yeah, that's what it was. That was like that, then then merge with the layer below. And then yeah, there you go. No, I already duplicated the original. It gives off a different feel for sure, but I don't know if it's like that much better. It just makes the colors slightly. Brighter. You gotta rasterize the whole thing first? No, it's already rasterized. Dirt horse. Yes. Well, making her a dirt horse would be more dramatic than just having her kick up turf. What's her horse name? Somebody asked earlier, and I think I said Hungry Devil. Electric Chancla. I don't know about that one. I've been called that a couple of times too. It's good to know. Good. Thank you for sharing that. I think I definitely could have pushed the pose a little bit more, to be honest. Let me see if I could add something here. This is gonna be a little scuffed, but hopefully it gets the feeling down. Mm, I feel like it just doesn't read that well. If it was black and white, it probably would read a lot better, but it's okay. I won't. I think it'll just be a thing for the future to remember to push things a little bit more. Mm. God, I'm having the background paralysis thing again. I don't know what to do for a background. Hold on, let me look for a reference. That's something else I want to do more this year is actually draw proper backgrounds. How do people do backgrounds? Hmm. See, nobody in chat is telling me no, so I might just white void it. Thank you guys. Thank you for enabling me in my bad habits. No. Well, too bad. Wait, what? That's what happens when you don't pay attention. I'm not repeating myself. I was canceling Patreon subscriptions. It's funny you say that because I might be opening mine back up very soon. Unironically. uh, I've just been debating on what to do. I was asking chat if I should just white void it again, and nobody said anything. So I don't know what to do. Oh, that's why I hate not planning out backgrounds. I need to do that more. Oh, blue sky should be good enough. I hope so. I'm gonna do this just so I can you draw their Uma silhouettes behind her. That did take too long. I feel like that won't fit with this kind of framing, to be honest. Blurry Umash. I feel like I would have needed to plan that out though from the beginning, because right now with the way that this is kind of set up, it would just muddy the focus of the picture. That's another one of those things where it's something I would have had to focus on in the thumbnail of it, on the thumbnail process, not right now, because right now it's just like it would be too haphazard and it wouldn't look good. I know you guys probably think I'm a better artist than what I am. There's a lot of work I still got to do. I can't improvise that well, in these sort of situations. So, um it's something I would need to plan out. It's not something where I can just like add that and it would look good. I would be here for another like 4 hours if that was the case. Cause yeah. Jibber, you've been on thin ice this whole goddamn stream. I'm about to lose it. I'm about to lose it. I don't know. I think this is fine, right? I I think it's fine. Is it fine? I don't know. Now I'm second guessing it. Does it look good for real? I don't know. I know there's a lot better that I could have done here, but first drawing of the year, I think it's okay. I think for making an Uma design of my OC on the spot, I think I did okay. Also, there you go. You got to see technically human Belfi once more. Also, I've decided to change it, and human Belfi also has pink eyes. I don't like the phrase horsed her up. I think it's a tangent between Belfi and the background on the right. What do you mean the tangent between Belfi and the background on the right? Her arm kisses the border of the sky. Well, I mean, the border isn't there to contain her. It's more of just like a framing device. There's not much I can do. She's off center. I just like, I probably could have centered her a little more, but that's as center as I can make her without like, you know. I'll keep it in mind. I'll keep it in mind for future drawings and framing and whatnot. This one was just unfortunate that like I had planned the thumbnail for the pose, but not an idea for the background, which I knew was gonna come back to bite me in the ass. But whatever, it's fine. I'm not good at backgrounds. I draw characters. I need to get better at backgrounds. That's just the truth. I don't know. I think it's okay, right? It's okay, right? Right, Chad? Please validate me. I'm gonna fucking lose it. Are you sure? I'm losing it. Why does that part look like that? It's so weird. Okay, whatever. I guess this is as good as it's gonna get. When I set that to 35. Well, there you go. There's Uma Belfi. First drawing of the year. Yay. Yay. I gotta get better at finishing I gotta get better at finishing drawings and finishing rendering. I'm so bad. But at the very least, this one was a pretty steady process from beginning to end. I like the pose at least, even though I know I could have pushed it a little bit more. Like I think I could have put the up arm a little more angled and maybe done like some more speed lines in the lining process to really like help that out more. I need to get better at drawing motion. I think that's something else I need to practice is drawing things in motion more. Um, but I think overall for like the first drawing of the year, I did okay. And this one also I was very loosey goosey with the line art. I think in the future I'm going to be a little bit more cleaner with it, but for just kind of getting something done. I also did record the time lapse of this, so I'm going to probably post that as well for people who are interested in seeing time lapse stuff from beginning to end. Because I did have a lot of moments of pausing in this stream because food and other things. So sorry about that, but yay. Glad to be streaming. Glad to first stream of the year, and I think it was we did good. 4 hours of drawing, hell yeah! I love going nonverbal in the middle of it. Hope you guys enjoyed watching, having fun. Um, there were some things that I kind of wanted to like have a little talk about, which is so I brought it up very briefly, but here's I've been considering about reopening the Patreon, and because of the way that things are right now currently with like social media being so dire everywhere you look, especially with Twitter and what's happening recently with uh you know it's just bad, man. Like we can have a whole fucking conversation about it, but it's like I've pretty much 100% decided I'm not posting my art on Twitter anymore, or X, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's just not happening. So if you're mostly there, I'm sorry, you're not gonna see my artwork there anymore. Um, it's just gotten too blatantly bad. I'm not one to tell people to not go on it. Like that's their choice entirely. Like I'm not gonna have some kind of moral high ground. I think for me, it's just I just don't want to be there because it don't make me feel great. Um, and also I just don't want my art there. So all of my art is exclusively going to be on Blue Sky and or any other place that is not that. Um, you know, so that's why I was also considering, would you guys be interested in if I brought the Patreon back and, for instance, like offering these drawings at full resolution, full PNG, so that you guys can just have them for yourselves. PSDs, so like the actual work file, so you can go down like step by step and break it down, and see how everything works, and the layer effects that I use and whatnot. Time lapses, but like proper full time lapses, so it's like the entire sort of process, not the sped up process. um for you to kind of look at that as well, like a lot of just process stuff. And also I was thinking of doing like monthly sketches for people, or like doodles for people, like little portrait things. I was thinking of doing that as well, so as a thing to offer as an incentive. So it's like, if like it would probably be like $5, $5, and you get access to all that, and also you get a monthly like portrait sketch of something, right? um that is kind of like the idea I have behind it. I don't know if that would interest people at all, and also because I'm planning on doing YouTube stuff in the near future. I don't know how much behind the scenes YouTube stuff I would also put on there. But that's just a suggestion I'm throwing out. I don't know, like, you guys tell me, would you guys be interested in it? Would you guys want to back up a Patreon like that, and also, like, have access to all this stuff? Or is it just more of like I could live without it kind of thing? You can be honest with me, because like I don't want to put time into something that I know is not going to possibly be very successful, you know? That's why I'm asking and kind of gauging, like, hey, what is the vibe? What is the feeling? Do are we feeling it, or no? So last time, definitely sub again. We'll have to see. I know that my Twitch audience isn't my entire like blue sky or Twitter audience, so I don't know. I don't know how many people on there who don't watch my streams would also be interested in just checking it out. Um, I have to, you know, I don't think I can say much because I can't really sub to Patreon right now. The Patreon sounds interesting, but I have no monies. If I did, I'd support for sure. Yeah. I'll see. If I decide that I think it's worth it, I might open it up and just make a post about it. But if not, then I just won't, and I'll just continue on doing what I've been doing. But we'll see. I'll have it in the back of my head just in case like it's something that I wanna revisit and whatnot. Um, but best of luck. I'm tired of luck. I don't even want luck. That's not what I want. I want things to just work. I want to like actually make something like I want to do something and it work, not just rely on an algorithm or something to just like send people my way. Like I want my work to actually be something that people want to like seek out, in that regard. Not like that's why I draw, but like if I was to do it for money, I'd want that to be the case. You know what I mean? I don't know. I've just been having a lot of thoughts about the merit of my art compared to what people on social media think about it, and like overall, I don't really care because like I'm gonna draw regardless. But at the same time, I'm also like, but I would like to make it a career, so I do have to care a little bit. So I have to like kind of balance that out, and then I start spiraling, and then the walls start enclosing. Anyways, so yeah, that's just an idea. Um, that was a joke that was a joke by the way. I'm not. I'm okay. I'm all right. That's not real. The crow is okay. No, but like legitimately, I'm just trying to like try harder this year for sure. So that's just something out there that I've been kind of debating on the whole Patreon and whatnot. So I'll let you guys know what I decide to do, and if you see it go up, and I'll be updating it, then we'll do that. Something else. I still am going to do that big Discord kind of change and organization because I would like the Discord to actually be something that I use, especially now because I'm not really going to be on Twitter as much. So I want to make sure that the people who want to be notified about things are properly notified. So I might do that whole Discord purge, get rid of the people who either muted the Discord or just don't interact in it. But making a post that essentially says, hey, if you want to stay, let me know. If you don't want to stay, then we're just gonna get rid of you because there's a lot of people in there and a lot of people who never interact with any of my stuff or I never really see in streams either. And it's just like I would like to make sure that the people who are interested want to stay. And the people who aren't interested don't have to worry about getting a random ping, It's not going to be you guys because you guys are talking in there and you guys are active and you guys are also here at the stream. Like if you watch the stream and you're not active in there, like that's fine because I know you're at least probably getting the notification. But I just it's just like it's the thing where people join Discords and then just forget to join Discord, that they joined the Discord, and then we'll just mute it and then we'll just leave it there and then don't interact with it, and it's like why? I don't know. But yeah, I might I'm probably gonna be doing that soon. Um Other things, just hey, YouTube is probably gonna be coming back soon. That's it. I'm gonna be more active on my YouTube. And stream schedules I'm going to be more consistent with. I just have to figure out what days work and what days don't work. So I will let you guys know ahead of time, and I will make some kind of schedule template that I can use over and over again and all that stuff. But yeah, there are some plans for now for the stream. what's to come, and what overall I want to change. But this is going to be a way more productive year, I want to say, in a lot of ways, and a focus on improvement and creative endeavors. So I want to make sure that I'm actually doing that stuff and not just saying I'm going to do that stuff. So I hope you guys look forward to it. Right? But if I don't decide to do the Patreon, then I might just open up commissions in the future as well. So if you're interested in that, look out for that. I will make a post whenever that is actually happening. But yeah. I think that's going to be it for me for now. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's going to wrap up today's stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for stopping by. I don't know if I'm going to stream tomorrow. Like I said, I don't have a schedule tentatively. But tomorrow, if I'm free, I might do a stream. I'll let you guys know. But and then we'll see what the rest of the week is looking like. Our first week of the year. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for stopping by. I hope you have a good rest of your morning, afternoon, evening, whatever time it is for you. And I'll see you later. Bye-bye.